This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning to you, and good afternoon even, depending on where you're watching from in the world. It's great to have your company. Welcome to the ECSN Portugal. It's night 3 of the Super 5 stage. The top 5 of the 10 teams that started the tournament are here, all fighting for 3 spots on finals night, which is only 3 days away. So we're starting with Super 5 Match 5 tonight between Punjab CC Amadora and the Lisbon Capitals. Caps were on the rack last night. They've got another doubleheader tonight, a little bit earlier on the one, the only shoot. Navjot Anand had the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Your call. 10. 10 is the call. First ball. Punjab CC won the toss and they will have a ball first.
So Punjab CC Amadora win the toss. They've elected to bowl. Interesting one. I suppose it doesn't matter too much the first match of the day. The sun should be out for the whole thing. Here's the 2 teams and some power at the top with Imran captaining Punjab CC Amadora. We know he's a very, very good player. Saeed Ali Naki comes in for the first time in the series. And watch out for Simranjit Singh as well. Punjab CC Amadora, I think, will bat a little bit higher than that. Lisbon Caps, well, no Najam Shazad in the side tonight. As Sunil Patel leads them. They had 2 matches last night. A bit of a mixed night for them, to be honest. I wonder what they'll go with their order, though. Dinesh Siddiqui, I think, bats a little bit higher than that. Probably think they'll open with Amir Dar and Dinesh Siddiqui. So don't read too much into that lineup here. And, of course, we'll be getting going in just a couple of minutes. I've got to say hello to everyone in the chat. It's good to see Wayne in there. Hello to Chris as well. And I have foreshadowed, I have a little bit of a guest commentator coming up. I know a few people are multi-screening. I've got to say I am as well at the moment, having just commentated the Netherlands side just a couple of weeks ago. They're playing their first game of the World Cup right now. And I'll try and stick to commentating this one, but I might have one eye on one and one eye here. Speaking of lots of cricket, though, this is ECN. We had 5 matches today in Cyprus. And we saw some violence, didn't we, in the last match of the day there. 228 put on the board by Sri Lankan Lions, including another century to Kalagala, who actually ended up in the 140. 70-30, that probably seems about fair there. Maybe a little bit harsh on the Capitals. That's the supercomputer making the determination here in our 69th night series game of the year. These are some of the upcoming events. Of course, we're here in Portugal until the end of this week. Cyprus will be winding up this weekend with ECIs, but then also some T20Is there. Got 2 weeks at a time then. Czechia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Croatia with a little bit of a 3-day vacation in the Mediterranean there. We'll have potentially our first ever women's club cricket in that series also. We will have some T20Is between Spain and Croatia, as well as some ECI cricket. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Rico Full, I think, will be back with Nish. Rico will be taking a little bit of a break after that. We'll be doing a little bit of a cameo start of next week. But Everest, the Nepali side, take on BF Cyprus in the first game of the day. I know a lot of Nepali viewers in here. I know a lot will be watching right now. Nepal taking on the Netherlands. Also the fighters there. Sri Lankan Lions have been dominant, haven't they? Romped to the trophy earlier in the year. This is the second series we've had in Cyprus in season 2024. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and to help me through the action, just because he's playing later on and I've stolen him, is none other than former Portuguese skipper and all-round nice guy, Conrad Greenshields. Conrad, welcome.
Thank you, Vinny. Pleasure to be here.
It's nice to be back with you again. We've commentated together a few times in the past, haven't we? It's my first time here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo, and I've really enjoyed it. It's a very unique kind of structure, isn't it, here?
Special place, eh? Creates quite a different atmosphere, right?
Yeah, just the grandstand, the kind of the view is something I didn't quite realise when I came here. I've seen a lot of cricket, obviously, on TV here, but surrounded by the mountains.
Yeah.
Beautiful place to play cricket.
A couple of bears and wolves just down the road.
Yeah, it's all part of it.
Have you heard them howling?
I haven't heard them howling, but I know it's the reason that our good friend Mars doesn't come to the country anymore. He's got a bit of a fear of the wolves. Hello to Chris Smith as well. And, Crazy Creeper saying the good cricket games are on. Well, you've come to the right place. I don't know the Werris have been flying in this series, but obviously you know these two teams pretty well. Have you got any feelings about this contest?
Yeah, it should be quite tight. Punjab have been playing really well. In fact, a little bit of news. Parveen, who we overlooked in the intro there, scored 130 against Marlow in the league game on Sunday. So watch out for him.
He's in good form. Yeah, don't think we'll overlook him here. He's a good player, isn't he? Left armour as well. So bit of a dual threat. Looks like it's going to be Bikramjit Singh, though, to open the bowling. 10 overs aside. Get ready and get set. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Krut Patel. He's back in the black. Let's go with night 3 of the Super Fives, live from Portugal. First one's short and almost pulled straight to the fielder, who gets done by slight Tortuga. Welcome to ECN cricket. That's 4 runs to start the night.
It's a nice welcome for Nucky. He hasn't been here around. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's looking a little bit less than fresh.
Yeah, well, just kind of deer in the headlights there, wasn't he? They didn't know whether to go forward, whether to go back. Once you let it bounce, you're at the kind of mercy of the turf here, aren't you?
Yeah. How's this run up, Vin? Have you noticed that run up?
Yeah, it's part antelope, isn't it? The way he comes in, a couple of skips in there, and then off the wrong foot.
Yeah.
But then this next one whistles through to the keeper. Currently, conditions pretty warm, same as yesterday, really. 28 degrees, plenty of sunshine. Talk about this pitch. I haven't batted on it. It's been interesting from a spectator's point of view because a lot of it's kind of in the favour of the batter these days, but this pitch is tricky.
Look, we'll wait until after this ball. But yeah, the batting on this pitch is, I actually quite enjoy it. It's a bit of a challenge. It's fun batting on the road, but also good to test yourself. I think I said to you earlier, I've just made a point of trying to come towards the ball, so because I've had one snap my laces off and then one clip my helmet off the same length.
I think you just have to resign yourself to the fact that there might be a ball with your name on it you can't do too much about.
Yeah.
This one's Gundy, though, down the leg side, also missed by the keeper. Second keeper will kick it. And we think about a second. They're happy with the one extra, so that should be 2 wides to the total. I've said this a few times during the time I've been here, but it's a big effort from the playing group here, isn't it? Because it is a bit of a drive from the other population centres here. So just obviously it
6-hour round trip.
Yeah, takes a lot of
quite intense.
A lot of commitment to be taking part in this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's normally why Oedish generally doesn't take part, because it's a bit of a trek. But this year we thought we would take part, and I got to say I've enjoyed it. The last time I played here was, I think, COVID year. I remember when we had that night series here. We were doing the testing every day.
First one that's quite a famous series, that one. The Miranda Dragons 14 for 8 against Awaras. I think you and Krut were both on a hat trick at one point in that innings.
Yeah, that's right.
You missed a run out. It would have been 9 for 9 in that. Yeah, missing those days. Greg the Wizard Bullock and Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. Although Stubbsy did make an appearance earlier in this tournament, I noticed.
Good character, old Stubbs.
A lot of people saying Conrad's microphone's a bit low, but I'll just ask all the viewers to listen a bit more carefully. Maybe I'll talk down here. It's safe to turn the volume up.
Okay.
Dinesh Siddiqui.
I've been told I'm a bit bland on comms.
Yeah, well, you're an acquired taste. Great. Anyway, this is going to be cracked through the offside. Siddiqui gets off the mark. He's a good player. First saw Dinesh in Malta, where he was living at the time. Teed him up with a club there. Now, having made the move to Portugal, looking quite at home, and it's a nice way to get off the mark.
Very nice shot off the back foot, punch to the covers, and I think, you beat the gap here and you get reward. So, actually, Vin, I wanted to ask you, the average of scores, is it higher this year?
It's a good question, I can tell you. I know that this year it's around about 10.8 and over. Oh, yeah. That'll do you. Exactly the reason that I'm glad I retired when I see that kind of delivery. What a finish from Bikram. But he'll end up going for 11 without loss after one. Yeah, run rate here is 10.8 and over. If I was to look back last year, I could probably dig up what it was then. Even the year before, I could probably do. But
I seem to remember the scores averaging around 100, maybe just less.
Yeah.
This year I feel like there's been a few more bigger scores.
So it kind of depends
plus.
Who's playing as well, right? Just going to dig this up. But, yeah, last year it was 10.1. So it's gone up a little bit. Yeah, maybe almost a full point. But, I do think there's kind of a lot of scores in that kind of 100 to 110 region. But I also think that when you get to the Super Fives, you kind of got the top 5 teams and the scores kind of go up.
Yeah.
I think the average for me, par now, is around 120, 125. even with the tricky pitch conditions. Anyway, here's Said Ali Naki, who gets a chance with the ball. And first ball just skewed away to the leg side.
Yeah, well, us as Owaitish, we target 140.
Yeah.
So that's our...
And you seem to have been targeting those 4-pointers. You've been really successful so far, 38 out of possible 40. So when you do make a big score, I know you guys are always saying, okay, what do we need to restrict them to get all the points?
Yeah, so obviously we want them to be able to... They have to get over 10 and over to secure that bonus point. Which with our bowling, which has been pretty spot on, is quite tough.
You've been pretty lucky to be able to get some of your, I suppose, friendly foes. Yeah. Some of the Marlow players. Marlow not in the competition.
Yeah.
So a couple of good pickups for you there.
Well, that was the whole agreement because Owaitish, obviously, a lot of our guys can't commit due to work and that. And we spoke with Marlow, and Owaitish and Marlow have a good relationship. And, it's worked out well.
Another big outswinger, dug out. They'll get a single. Of course, you famously played for Marlow as a kind of a pseudo wild card back in the ECL 22. I remember that.
The trend.
Yeah. It's since then you went to the ECL with Owairish in 2023. You must be pretty keen to get back to the big dance again.
I am. I did miss the ECL this year. Obviously, we lost to Gamblers. They deservedly won the final, but we were going to make a push again this year.
Full toss and driven away. It's high-ish. I think I want to have a look at this from side on. Got to say, just eyeballing it, I reckon it is probably his waist height. It's not side on, but we'll have another look at it maybe from the side on camera 3. And we'll probably just have to go with the umpire's call there.
Has that rule changed?
No. I mean, it's been the same for a while now, that anything waist high or higher
but I've seen you guys a lot stricter, the umpires a lot.
Yeah.
Anything around that midsection.
Oh, here we go. Let's get it nice and slow here. What's your call here? It is...
That's a no-y.
For me, it feels like a no ball. I think since there's doubt, you should call it a no ball anyway. They've said it's fine. It's just interpretation thing, I think.
This waistline's quite high.
Yeah. Harry High Pants.
Oh,
there we go. Have another Jaffa. Said Ali Naki, well bowled. Hello to Sajad, who's watching, asking me how I am. I am well. How are you? A lot of people saying Grand Prairie Stadium in the USA, it's currently 26 degrees and 90% humidity. Oh, here's 28. And I don't know about the humidity. I'd probably check. But, yeah, it's kind of pleasant, but it's very summery. I was in England last week, and let's just say, it didn't quite feel like summer had started yet. 12 degrees on my last day there and a bit of drizzle.
For England, no?
Yeah. All right, well, there's a big edge, and that's going to fly away to deep first slip where it's pouched. It's loping away to his left, so Amir Dan's going to have to go. Doesn't quite crack double digits. The first wicket of the night, the Caps are 17 for 1.
Safe as houses, old Simranjit. Good cricketer, Simranjit. Interesting that they have him down at, like you said, fly slip.
Yeah, I think it's a good position because it's actually a catching position. I know you only get 2 fielders out, but it's one area that I think good players... Their false shots, that's where they'll fall.
Especially with this pitch as well, with the variable bounce, the one that pops up on you can fly.
Having a look at the table, this is our Group A. Finished in the end with Capitals just .008 behind the LSG on the table, but they did qualify. But it meant they gave up 2 points to Lisbon Supergiants. Obviously, the top teams carry 4 points through, second teams carry 2. But they made those points up yesterday by beating them with a 3-1 victory. As we get to the end of the second over, 17 for 1. Looks like they want to bring Bikramjit Singh back for the third over. But we'll probably talk a few different things while you're here, Conrad, as this has just clipped away. That'll probably keep running and running and running. Just hoofed back into play. They'll get a comfortable 2. But yeah, Portugal, I know you've been working pretty closely in the national setup for a while now. Portugal heading to Italy for the World Cup qualifiers.
Yep.
But the guys looking forward to that?
We're very eager, very keen. Good squad going. The guys are chomping at the bit to get it cracking. Sunday is our first game. So, we're looking forward to it.
Probably off the pad.
Yeah.
It's always worth an appeal to make sure it doesn't go for a wide. Obviously you've got kind of 3 locations. So for these World Cup qualifiers. These are World Cup qualifiers for the World Cup in 2 years. So I know there's one going on right now. But, you've got Italy, the hosts there, but you've got 2 kind of mini groups of 5, right, within each qualifier. Let's wait for Bikram. Steaming into Dinesh Siddiqui. Able to free the hands and pull this. Doesn't get out of the infield, or does it? Does. Because of the misfield there. The ball that almost stopped. I'll get back for 2. Yeah, so obviously for Portugal, it's a real opportunity, isn't it, to kind of show what they can do. I can see in the Portugal group there's Austria, Hungary, Israel, and Romania.
Yeah,
it's a great opportunity to play a lot of international cricket in a pretty short period of time and push for higher honours.
Yeah, we're really excited. We crave more T20 cricket, as that's just going to be 4 in the book.
Yeah, just a little tickle on that. It's going to run away. Very, very quick everywhere, this field. Check it out in the replay. Thanks to our partners. And it disappears a long way past the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, so a good opportunity for us to go and showcase what we have. It's a very talented squad. It's led by Najam, who we've seen here. And then, yeah, we're going to give it everything. And we actually fancy our chances without being too arrogant.
Yeah, it's a big kind of no ball, I think, for front foot. So just overextending. Maybe we can see this one more time. It's a quick call from the umpire, Krut Patel, which means the next one will be a free hit. Yeah, no, I think it's great. Also to play against, there's quite a bit of ECN cricket between a lot of these countries now. So you get to know, for example, I remember you played against Romania pretty recently in Barcelona in the ECI. So you kind of feel those guys out. Different format, yeah, but a lot of the players will be the same.
As well.
Austria, yeah. Free hit time. Sound the horn. He tries to hit him in the face. Instead, he gets pulled away, and that'll skip away to the boundary. It's 4 more. Quattro mas and Dinesh Siddiqui move to 17. Yeah, but a country like Israel, I don't think you've played them very often.
We played them in the last World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Paolo, and it's really difficult to find any kind of information on them. But yeah, we don't take any team too lightly. So, we've done our homework, and yeah, hopefully it's a successful tour.
A couple of good venues there. The Roma cricket ground that we spent a lot of time playing ECN cricket at. Also, the Asian Latina ground, Darmenda's ground there in Rome. Snapping back a little bit. I think it's going down the leg side. But yes, quite interesting. So I don't know if you're playing a mixture of both those grounds or maybe just one. But yeah, the Roma cricket ground's pretty interesting. We've had a lot of ECN cricket there. They wanted to build a grandstand, but then they found like an archaeological site right next to the ground. So when we were there once, there was just like a hole. You could see like an ancient city below.
Oh, really?
Occasionally a few grizzlies going in there as well.
Okay.
But then I think they just before you do any building in Rome, I think you got to check what's going on.
Around there, sure.
But then the other ground I haven't been to, which is Dharmender Singh, who started Asian Latina. Now he breeds racehorses. So on their club strip, they have the beautiful thoroughbred horses, and he's obviously done okay out of it because he's built his own private cricket ground, which is now going to be one of the World Cup host grounds, which I think is fantastic.
Good-looking ground?
Very good. I've heard. I haven't been there myself, but I think you're going to have a great time. Just stay away from the carbonaras, everyone that's going, because it's taken me down a couple of times in Rome. Yeah,
I love a good
got a habit.
Though.
Anyway, here's Said Ali Naki. Bowler's been pretty on target so far. Kind of shows with the run rate, 10 and over, even though still in with the top 3 at the crease. Heppards, how about you personally? I mean, I know you want to play as long as you can. Well, obviously, you've played a lot of cricket over the years. A lot of people wondering why you're not able to, or you're not bowling anymore. Is that just a matter of just managing your body at this stage of your career?
To be completely honest, my shoulder is completely cooked. Really difficult to even throw the ball at the moment. Shot.
Really nice shot. Goes with the spin, with the swing, and it's going to end up cracking into the hill. Maximal was shot by Dinesh, who, I remember when he first started playing ECN cricket, they started batting him at number 11, and slowly but surely they've said, hey, maybe this guy can hit him all right. That was a good shot over cover.
Very wristy. Looks good.
Yeah. I like that he went with the movement there.
Yeah. Good setup.
Yeah. Just pretty organised. Yeah. Lets the ball come to him. Now gets one a little bit short, able to manoeuvre it away behind square. 4 more. 6 and 4. You know what that means on ECN? hungry for more. He does have the hunger, doesn't he? A lot of people think, though, with this Lisbon Caps lineup, if you can get through that top three, then especially with no jumpers on the side tonight, maybe you can really work your way back into the innings.
Hood is a very talented cricketer too. So the top three, top four.
Yeah,
we'll be eyeing them out.
Yeah, Hood last night had a bit of a tough time under lights.
It's difficult under lights.
Yeah,
that dusk.
Misses the mark this time, or taken down the leg side. So you've been doing a bit of keeping. I know that partly might be so you have to throw less. Yeah. I've seen you a bit of a part-time keeper. Saw you burgling a couple of stumpings the other night. How much do you enjoy having the gloves?
I kept a lot at school, and then only started really bowling when I moved around outside of SA. So I enjoy the gloves. I know I had a bit of a mare the first game, but came out to prove a point to you after you threw a few snide comments on the...
I'm all for people having a go. And this one goes straight up at the forehead of Siddiqui. And I think he just gets his hands through it in time. It just shows he's singing pretty well. Well, probably hit him in the bonds. Let's have a look. We've got this on the replay. It's called leg bias. But, I'll just get there's like an express concussion test now, which is just the umpire wink at you, and if you wink back, you're good to continue.
I've heard people ask, what's your number on your back?
Oh, tough one. To say I haven't seen how much tape is lying around. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a good one. I can't remember you getting concussion tested, but have you had a couple of them?
Well, rugby, yes.
Okay.
I have. Cricket, no, but I'm all for it, especially, nowadays with that whole Phil Hughes thing and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the concussion test. And
so do you know some of the questions they asked it? So that's a good one. What's the number on your back?
Yeah. What day is it?
Yeah. I've heard, but this is where I worry about it. I've seen it at Carlton Oval. By the way, we've got our new head strikes policy, so it's obviously been codified now in our ECN guidelines. And... but I always think it's funny when you've got like a language barrier in the concussion test, and then your interpreter can make or break you there. End of the over here, it's 43 for 1 after 4. So quickly, who's the Prime Minister? Who's the President of Spain? And you're like, oh. Can I research? You know what I mean? So all these
even the look on my face would give it away and say, no, you're not ready.
Probably one of the moments of the year so far was in the ECS France final. Nabi actually had he knocked into a teammate's shoulder when they were both going for the one catch. Ends up breaking his nose, actually. Nabi, this is when they were fielding. Went out to bat. Actually was about to face his first ball. There'd been 3 balls in the innings. And then things got a bit weird.
Shot.
Lifted up, over the offside. That's out of here. Maximo! Great shot by Siddiqui, who looks on today. And it goes with the angle. Parveen comes in and disappears off his very first ball. Good shot.
Yeah, touch too full, especially on the pitch. I think if you use this pitch, bring that length back a bit. But, Siddiqui looks on song here.
So this is when his team were chasing, I think it was like 70-odd for the win. They were big favourites there, Drew, in that ECS final. Oh, just misses out on this one. Bit lucky to survive. As it whistles past the off stump. Yeah, so someone at the ground, I don't think it was any of the crew, but he got cleared with our internal concussion test, but someone called an ambulance. And so the ambulance drove in, and then 4 ambulance officers, and he's out there batting. They're all standing at long on, and they're like, right, come here.
Oh, really?
And he's literally like, centre, please. Pitching outside leg stump. They will get through for a leg bye. Yeah, so then there's this kind of, that's a standoff, where he's saying, well,
let me play.
Yeah, let me play. Eventually, he went over, had to retire hurt for 0 off 0 balls.
Oh, really?
And apparently the rule was if you call an ambulance, they have to
be
checked. But this check took a while. Meanwhile, we actually think it might have been, they sent out a pitch hitter at number 3. We think he might have called the ambulance because he went out and he smashed 40 in about 15 balls.
He didn't want Nubby to have the glory. Shot.
That's up and going to smash off the grandstand. Maximo! You mentioned Huda, he's a good player. He just has a little bit of width to work with there. Slams it up over the offside. But anyway, Nabi, they ended up saying, well, your nose is broken. Come with us to the hospital. And just as the winning runs were hit, you could see the ambulance
Driving
in the
by.
background take him to the hospital.
Nubby on the window.
Yeah,
with his
I thought he was
nose.
going to burst out of it and run onto the field. He was the captain. Didn't get to be presented the trophy. Shame. He's had a tough year.
Old Nubs. Good
Old
bloke,
Nubs.
though.
He's a lovely guy.
He's a
Yeah,
nice
of course,
guy.
because you were the manager of Team Europe, right?
Yeah,
During the Western
he's-
Shield. That must have been a
he's
pretty cool experience.
Very cool. Lovely bunch of guys. Actually, I thought they did really well with the time of prep that we had. And, yeah, Nubby's a great guy.
Very humble guy.
Very.
Slow ball, picked and hit straight to the fielder. That's gone. So Huda, unfortunately, can't do too much. I think he picks that, but it's one thing to pick it, another thing to hit it. And I think he had the right idea, just didn't get enough of it. He'll go for 7. And a wicket falls on the stroke of the halfway point of the innings. It's 56 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, I mean, there was a huge gap down on the leg side there and picked the only one standing there. So he'll feel disappointed with that.
This is the Super Fives. Must be pretty happy to see the Swans on top by some distance. Obviously, he's still got a couple of important games to play because if you can finish top, you go straight through to the final. If you finish second or third, you have to go through the qualifier on finals night. So obviously, you'd feel probably you're one good win away from securing that top spot.
Tonight's quite important, I think. I try to work it out earlier. I think if we take full points today, no one can catch us.
Yeah, when we got Punjab
With
CC Amadora,
Punjab,
depending on what happens here, I mean, they also carried 4 points through.
That's true.
So, I mean, this is their first chance to play in the Super Fives. All right, this is up in the air. It's another catching opportunity, and it will be taken. So, disappointment for Siddiqui, and just feel these were a couple of really important wickets. It's well held again out there at deep mid-wicket. It'll be 56 for 3 with 2 new batters at the crease.
Yeah, a little bit lazy through that shot. I mean, the boundaries are, what, 37, 40 metres?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned he's wristy. That's just one of those things that it looks, if he hits in the middle, it looks great.
Yeah.
But the kind of margin of error is pretty low there. It was well
Also
taken. Bikramjit Singh's taken a couple of good catches now in that area.
Yeah, looks quite solid down there. But wristy on this type of pitch, too, is quite dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
because
variable bounce.
exactly. You know, it's the way he plays. Maybe disappointed, but got to say, catching's pretty important. They've held 3 of them so far. Narendra Rana comes to the crease in the number 5 position. Real crossroads in this innings now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Need a rebuilding partnership. Otherwise, maybe you're struggling to make 100 from here. This is the shooter. I was trying to work out the secret sauce of the risers to shooters. I ended up coming up with about 80-20. You probably get 4 bounce unexpectedly high to 1
That low one. It's the low one that
subterranean.
scares me. Really.
Yeah.
It cleaned my pipes the first game. It even got shared on Facebook. I was showed
It actually makes the game, in my opinion, I like that the balance it brings to the game.
That's a good leveler.
Yeah. Because it also, if someone's in, like as we've seen some of our tournaments lately, say Cyprus, guys get in and they're making huge scores and never really challenged. Estonia was pretty the same as well. Even England to an extent. But now you feel like at any time, any batter might get an unplayable ball, no matter who they are.
Yeah.
So it just kind of keeps the bowlers in the game a little bit more. I would, if I could take this pitch around Europe with me, I would.
Be quite fun, though.
Yeah.
Imagine this in Khartoum.
Yeah. Yeah.
The ECC.
Well, we have
Be a
drop-in
few
wickets. Can we do drop-in artificial wickets and just take them around to the Corvo wicket
I
around?
mean, just do what they did here and lay it on the grass.
Is that why it's variable here?
No,
It's got to be. It's, I was going to say.
Wimpux is going to take a shot at me there, but no.
It's just probably over time. It has a little bit of
Yeah.
unevenness, but I think it's actually probably good for the game.
I don't mind it. I mean, it can be a little bit scary at times, especially with quicker bowlers.
Yeah, well, there you go. This one does keep a little bit low, though. Probably wasn't a shot that's going to win too many beauty contests from Narendra Rana. He'll go for a 4-ball globe. And the Capitals now 58 for 4 at the end of the 6th over.
Stayed a little bit low, but that's just,
Trying to play across the line.
hack.
Variable bounce will
Yeah.
kind of do you more often than not. I think that's just what happens here. Play it with straight back. Probably got more chance of hitting it, but straighter boundaries are the longer boundaries. So you've got to take some calculated risks. I think Punjab CC Amador are pretty happy with the way they've been able to come back. Dinesh Siddiqui made 33. Nobody else has been able to crack double figures as yet.
Yeah, Punjab will be really happy here. I think they will have given themselves a target of about 80 to defend. And a few new players I haven't seen from Punjab. And Pavin, that left armour. Who was that left armour that just bowled? Sorry.
Just then we had Lovepreet bowling, taking 2 for 1, and looking pretty good. This now is Gurjit Singh bowling over number 7. Yeah, Lovepreet, what an over that was. It went wide, then a bye, then a single, dot, wicket. So bookending that 6th over with wickets, and he still has an over to go. Oh, that's pretty lucky for the batter. It doesn't castle the stumps either.
I think the Capitals are just swinging at everything here by the looks of it. So, you know, I think T10, a lot of people misunderstand that you can, you need to go hard every ball, but you can take some time just to rotate the strike.
Yeah. It's very strategic actually.
Yeah.
If anything, it's even more strategic, I think, than some of the longer forms. Because of how quickly you have to make these decisions. Another back stumping attempt. Hello to Phil G, by the way. I think I said hello to him already, but in case you missed it, Phil, great job over the first 3 weeks. You must have enjoyed having Phil here. He's a good guy, isn't he?
Really nice to put a face to the name. See him a lot in the chats, and lovely bloke. See he's made his own catchphrase famous. Gone.
Gorne.
Gorn.
Yeah,
Okay.
I love it. I think he still pronounced it that way, but
Yeah.
no, Phil's a great guy. We sent him off the other day. Had to leave the hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning. So we did our best to stay up.
Did you give him a good one?
We thought so.
He's a nice Kiwi.
Yeah. Careful. Oh, that one keeps a bit low as well. Skipping away from the ball. Patel combination at the crease now for the Capitals, but you can see it's a different kind of a feel now with the middle order at the crease. But, Phil, hopefully you're well. Thanks for all the comments coming in. Kroom, thank you for sending that through. I'm going to have a look at that. Apparently Rico's got a lookalike.
Oh, really?
That's thick. That could be going all the way. Oh, he's actually stopped it. Probably a drop. Well, it is a drop catch. Because I think if he holds it, he's staying inside the field to play. Simran down there. Doesn't take the catch, but saves 5 runs.
Yeah, good effort. Overran it a little bit. I was just praising him on how safe he is with his hands. So, commentator's curse.
Not so sure about the lookalike.
The nose, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'll send that one to Rico.
Yeah.
Now I'll get his thoughts on it, Kroom. It's
Post it on the ECN social page and see the votes.
yeah,
Give
good
it a
point.
vote.
All right.
I'd like to see your lookalike.
I get
Ask Krim to find.
Vin Diesel a lot. The Rock. The guy who was in Prison Break. I think his name was Wentworth Miller.
Who, the older brother or the younger brother?
I just know his name's Wentworth Miller.
Okay, interesting. Vin Diesel. I mean, the name is similar.
That's in the air. This is catchable. It's dropped. I did everything right except hold it there. Muslim Abbas gives Patel a life. Having said that, he hasn't hurt you yet. He's 3 off 9 now, but it's a catch that would normally be taken.
Yeah, sometimes these drops can be strategic.
Deleda for the Netherlands. Apparently spotted a wicket maiden.
Good
Over
cricket
there.
Deleda.
Very good. The Prince of Vorburg.
Yeah, well, his brother's pushing for that title. Tom.
You can have multiple princes.
That's true.
That's actually how it works.
It's whoever's next in line, though.
So he's the crown prince.
Is he the crown?
I guess so.
He's a good guy.
Tim Deleda, of course, the King of Vorburg.
Yeah, that's true. Rich history in that family.
Yeah.
Babette.
Yeah, Babette's.
Yeah.
Whacking runs for the women's team. Made a highest T20I score last week in the HCL Tech T20IWs versus Italy.
What did she get?
I think it was about 80-something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good with the gloves too, old Babette.
Yeah, she's very, very talented. Clips this away, and a bit of a Tortuga, but handled. Yeah, she scored 82 not out against Italy. But there was a bit of controversy in that because Netherlands actually played an ineligible player.
I saw that in the headlines.
So I don't know what was decided in the end there.
So
Babette scored 82 not out of 42 balls, by the way, which was pretty good going.
That's not bad, hey? So what's the deal there? If you play an ineligible player, are you stripped of your points?
They might not have
that year?
decided yet. And for example, is it even still a T20I or not? Is it stripped of its status? Up in the air as Imran wants it. Now he doesn't want it. It falls between the two. It's a good old-fashioned cook-up, and it will result in 4 runs to Dix Patel.
Yeah, communication breakdown there. Probably should have been deep extras because he's coming towards the ball.
Yeah, if in doubt. See, in baseball, there's a real clear hierarchy of whose is whose. In cricket, it's a bit more difficult because in baseball, the positions are pretty set. In cricket, they change all the time, so it's quite situational. But I think as a principle, outfielders over infielders for sure. 66 for 4 then after 8. This innings has kind of ground to a halt a little bit. Lovepreet with a brilliant spell of bowling. Only 7 come off that over. He finishes with 2 for 8 off his 2 overs. Gurjeet bowled 1 over for 1, but they're not going to go back to him. They're going to go to Parveen Singh here in the 9th. You can see it really shows up when you get to the kind of less recognised batters how tricky this pitch is to bat on. Because,
I mean, their lengths have been really good too, Punjab. As soon as we've always said it's just, if it's a touch full, then it allows you to free the arms. But if you hit that back of the length, the pitch does the work for you.
Well, this is a thick edge. That's flying away, and it's going to run away for 4 in the end. So Patel trying to make up for lost time. Samath Patel doubles his score with that swing of the bat.
Well-needed boundary there. What do you think about having 2 fly slips down there? If you're going to bowl
Yeah,
them
if you can. Why not?
Because they're not going to hit you over mid-off.
Yeah. It's also like, a lot of these square boundaries, right, they're probably going to go for 4 or 6 anyway.
Yeah.
So this way you might be able to save something.
Yeah.
It's good. Good question. Bowled him as that one does hit the stump. So it'll be 4 and out for Sami Patel. Will be the 5th to fall. Parveen break through with a 2nd wicket. And the score now is 70 for 5.
Yeah, can't blame him for going after it, but head up in the air. Parveen's had a really good year so far. Good cricketer. Deadly with the bat. I think I watched him win the ECS Night Series for Gamblers.
Yeah. Yep, 2 years ago, 2022. That's the only trophy, ECN trophy in Portugal that hasn't been won by Marlowe. And so that's how we know that with neither of the Gamblers or Marlowe taking part in this competition, we'll have a new ECN champion team for the first time.
Wow.
I know who you want it to be, but still a long way to go. Marlowe guys will probably be claiming it. The guys that have come into your team saying, well,
they've been amazing.
Recruited winners.
I have to give
a tell us what the vibe's like.
No, the vibe has been amazing. The guys are... watch this ball.
It's just been knocked away for one. That's Shahan Khan, who's at the crease now, thinking of 2. Not there in the end.
No, they've been amazing. So, obviously, Marlowe didn't field a side. We had a chat, me and Assad, and they said, we'll give you some players. We said we would have the majority, Owedish, and Marlowe would fill in. But the energy, the vibe has been really good. Play and miss again. Asim Sawa has been phenomenal at the top of the order. Bowled well, caught well. Imran has had a good series. Assad has bowled really well. The rest of our guys. And the gel has been really good, so can't complain. It's been pleasant.
Yeah, it's really good to hear. Obviously, it's a bit of a community feel here. Slow ball, well executed by Parveen. That'll finish the 9th over. And the Capitals, 71 for 5. Remember how I said a little while ago, we were at a bit of a crossroads halfway through. And really, Punjab have taken the good road, haven't they? They've dominated since then. In fact, if you want to look at the last kind of 4 overs or so, they've really been all over him. So they're 56 after 4. And in the 5th, there were 2 runs, then 1 run, then 7 runs, then 5 runs. So, just really all over them at the moment. So, 10th overtime. And it's going to be Gurjeet. Only one came off his first over. And, well, this looks like, it'll be 4. It's got old-fashioned French cut. A pull attempted. It does end up going to the boundary one way or another. 4 valuable runs to the Capitals.
Yep, it says 4 in the book, so he'll claim that. Interesting helmet, that.
Yeah.
Colour coding has gone awry there.
To be honest, there is a little bit of orange in the new Capitals lineup, Capitals kit. I mentioned that Capitals versus Fighters last night, they'd kind of swapped colours from when I first saw them.
Yes.
Capitals were kind of the pink and purple brigade, and the Fighters always blue and black.
I like the pink, though.
You like it?
I like
it's
it.
It's hot.
It is hot, you're right.
I mean, you might be able to, even if you didn't turn the lights on, you could probably play by the luminescence of Shahan Khan's helmet.
So watch the space. There might be a surprise from the Oedish camp.
This is hit pretty well, and that'll beat the fielder. And so, 4 carreras. We're trying to get up into the Grady 80s. Doesn't really look like enough, but it's, I suppose it's a score we have seen defended before.
Yeah, I think if they can get it to 90 plus, you know, a few good overs in the power play, you can put some pressure on the Punjab players.
This is hit, and it's just going to get away from Imran in the circle. So, handy boundaries coming at the moment, and that'll be 4 more.
Interesting field setting, no deep cover.
Kind of what I said a minute ago, wasn't it? I said, okay, you don't necessarily have to have fielders back because the infield's about 2/3 of the way to the boundary anyway.
Exactly.
But, yeah, I suppose it does mean there isn't any protection there. Oh, that's proper shooter. And Shahan's happy to survive it, I think, in the end. 83 with the ball to go.
That's so unfair.
Play with a straight back. Punch
like
that down the ground for 4.
Yeah, right.
Playing the V. Say, don't attempt a cross-bat shot till you're 30 or 40. So it's growing up. All right, last ball. Miss. No run. 83 is where they'll end up. And it'll be 84 for Punjab. What that does mean is they'd have to go at 12 and over to get all the points. And that's probably something, that we'll keep an eye on. I think Punjab CC look like the only side that might challenge you for top spot. I know you still got to play them in the later stage of their Super Fives, but so far the Caps they just didn't really ever recover, did they? If you look at those last 5 overs, 27 in the second half of the innings. So this is how things finished up. Siddiqui with 33 tops the scoring, 33 Shahan Khan, or 13 I should say, the only other Lisbon Capital to make it to double figures. Pretty good with the extras as well. It's been a problem, I think, for some teams in this series, but just the 4 wides and no ball in there. 83 for 5, Punjab CC, Amadora making a strong start to their Super Fives campaign. Far as the bowling went, I will say that Nucky broke through with a wicket early in the piece. 2 for Parveen Singh and Lovepreet Singh. But I'd say Lovepreet Singh and Gurjeet Singh, they were really good at shutting things down. Lovepreet 2 for 8 off his 2. Gurjeet none for 13 off his 2. So those 4 overs only went for 21. I think that's the reason. They're only chasing double digits. Yep. Conrad, thank you so much. I know you've got some duties to attend to, including the toss for the next game. Yep. But wishing you all the best for the rest of the night. If we see you back, great. If not, good luck tonight.
Thank you, mate.
We'll take a break. Back soon. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with my special guest, Conrad Greenshields. We'll see you in a few minutes for the second half of this one. Punjab CC needing 84 for victory. This is ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series at night, live from Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Córdoba for the second half of the first match of the third night of the Super Fives in this ECS at night. Now, yesterday we did have a golden moment, didn't we, in Cyprus? Golden ball number 62. Napa Kings getting over the Royals. No golden balls yet today. In fact, we haven't had a golden ball in this series as yet. Be great to have one at some point. 83 scored in the first half by the Capitals. Means that the target of 84, if it can be achieved in 7 overs by Punjab CC Amadora, they'll take all the points. Well, if there's a total collapse and the Punjab CC Amadora side don't make it out of the 50s, it's likely that they won't come away with a point at all. This is what's coming up tomorrow night. It's night 4 of the Super Fives, 4 of 5 nights of the Super Fives. Fighters doing the double tomorrow with LSG and Punjab CC Amadora on the menu as these teams, 5 of them, compete for the 3 spots on finals night, which is only 3 nights away. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world, as it looks like we're almost ready to get going. Azaz Arshad is going to face the first ball. He's out there with Rao Imran, who's skippering Punjab CC Amadora tonight. Just looking at the lineups before the game, no Ranasawa in the lineup for Punjab CC Amadora tonight. So they lose a little bit there, but still 2 pretty destructive openers. Capitals hoping for these early wickets, and you never know what's possible below that. Samath Patel is opening the bowling. Ready, steady, let's go. 84 the target. It's going to start with the ball getting smashed about 100 metres out of the ground. Maximo! Now, there's getting your eye in, and there's that. As Arshad looks like he's basically already hit 200 over the halftime break. Came out and just look at Samath Patel's face there. He's incredulous. He's wondering what happened and how we're going to get that ball back. We're not. We'll get a new one. That ball never had a chance. It only has a lifespan of 1 delivery. There's a pretty much brand new Grizzly somewhere in the woods. If someone wants to go after it, you'll have to battle the Wolves. Oh, what a start from Arshad. Oh, he tries to hit this one the same way. Oh, it's going to be exciting. I think I mentioned at the top of this innings as well that if Punjab CC can chase this in 7 overs, they get all the points. That rate is 12 and over. 12 and over. Kind of round arm, isn't he, with his approach? I still think it's a decent start from Patel. He's asking the right questions. Little hint of away movement there. Hello to Dave B. Great to have you. Hello to Jeff Mobbs as well. Clipped away. Long chase for Huda. It's going to hit the rope. It's going to be 4 runs. He pretty much got down to it, got a piece of it, but couldn't stop it from going over the boundary in the end. Keep an eye on the World Cup as well. Netherlands certainly looking pretty good against Nepal, but don't judge it until both sides bat. Netherlands weren't necessarily in the best batting form on home soil a couple of weeks ago when we were doing that series. Lifted up in the air and out of the ground. Maximal! Now, Huda never really had a play on that. Did everything right. He was back pretty much as far as he could go. Had a big jump at it. And still went over his head. So Arshad 16 off 5. Trying to make light work of this target. Last ball the first. Another miss. That's classic ECN cricket. Just throwing the kitchen sink at it. I think that's the end of the first over. And 16 without loss. Some discussion about it. I don't remember any wides being in there. It'll be 6.46. Is the end of the first. A sweet 16 off the first over. Punjab CC all off the bat of Arshad. 2 6s and a 4. And hi everyone. How about Cyprus today? It was very hot. I want to say well done to all the crew over there, all the players, the umpires over there at the Ipsonis Cricket Ground. Yeah, it's the YCG. Maybe the question is, why would you play when it's so hot? Well, for the love of the game. I guess in Cyprus, a fair bit of the year is warmer than that. So, yeah, well done. And, geez, pretty hot work for Phillips Warrior. Asked to field first in the last game, chasing 228. Yikes, Amundo. Anyway, here comes Jatinder Kumar in over number 2. Imran faces for the first time. And he's going to hit one pretty much straight up. Oh, is anyone going to reach it? They won't. That's so lucky for Imran first up. Just had enough pace to take it looping over the keeper, Shahan Khan. Shahan certainly had an interesting time under the high ball yesterday. He had a few issues, but Kumar might have had Imran first up. Now he will get Arshad. It's full, it's straight, and it clips the leg stump. That's a big piece of the puzzle. These two teams, in a way, they're kind of similar. If you can get through the top 3 or 4 on this pitch, I think you can kind of keep the rest quiet. But check this one out in the replay. It's full. Just plays all across it. And turns around. Arshad doesn't like what he sees, but he does get his team off to a flyer. 17 for 1. This looks like Parveen Singh coming to the crease at number 3. Conrad Greenshields, who is in as my special guest in the first half. So Parveen just coming off 130 knot against Marlow in the league yesterday. So he's feeling pretty good about himself, feeling confident. Different conditions here, though, you have to say that. And comes the left-hander. Kumar looks like he wants to go around the wicket. I don't know. I probably would have tried to push the ball across him. They do have the deep mid-wicket back in place. Deep third, the other outfielder. 2 outfielders allowed in the power play. Oh, and there we go. Today's another day. Maybe just nibbles away a little bit. Parveen plays inside it. Wow, this is skied, and somebody should reach this. It's taken, and Shahan Khan, he has more high ball practice this time. He gets Parveen for a duck. Again, everyone was there. The Bermuda Triangle. Then a 4th player showed up, but Shahan said, "That's mine," and that's great confidence from the keeper. And last night he dropped one almost exactly like that, although this one was a bit more out square of the wicket towards the point region. And isn't that cricket in a nutshell? Parveen 100 yesterday. Today he makes 0. And what an over this is so far from Jatinda Kumar. He's got 2 for 1 in 4 balls. And this game's taken a turn. 17 for 2. Oh, well, worked him out at the end, didn't he? Went around the wicket, beat him outside off stump, then drew a hanging outside edge that was well pounced by Shahan. Simran comes out at 4. He has to dig out a Yorker and some indecision. They won't run in the end. This is a brilliant over. It's an over that's swinging the game, really. Last ball of the second. Caught wide. Maybe he'll get one more crack. If they can get Simran here. Let me see who's to come. I mean, look, they do have more batting, but there's a reason these guys bat in the top 4. Adnan's listed next. 2 for 2 off the over. Last ball to come. Or not. Swing a bit too far again. Interesting. Beats him outside the off stump. That will be the end of the over. 19 for 2 after 2. And it's game on here at Miranda de Corvo. Good evening to everyone, including Phil, if you're still around. I know that Phil taking a special interest. He called this his favourite tournament of the year so far. Well, I can understand why you say that, Phil. I know that takes a large degree of commitment. And some of our crew, they've been here for the last 3 weeks even. There's the Group A standings. You can see Capitals finished in 3rd place. Only 4 points behind Punjab CC Amadora, to be fair. 70-30 was the win predictor at the start of this game. Here comes Siddiqui to bowl for the first time. As this is up in the air. Siddiqui should do it himself here. And he will. He takes it on the juggle, and there's the 3rd point of the triangle as Imran goes, and the Capitals are on fire here. Tuesday night cricket live from Portugal. Siddiqui with the first ball, he bowls, gets a skyer, and Imran has to go for just 1. This game has come alive, and Punjab CC Amadora 19 for 3. Gee whiz, how about what we're seeing here? Suddenly this 83 looks pretty healthy. A lot of cricket still to play. Don't you worry about that. Lovepreet, the new batter, bowled really well. Now has to do it with the bat. Still, 95%. I'm not so sure about that. I think that might have to be updated. Anyway, we'll see. Game on. Hello to Birdie watching from England. How are you, Birdie? And how'd you pull up after all the cricket you've been playing? The game on our hands here. Can anyone swing things back to Punjab CC? That looks like a no ball to me. Yeah, it is a no ball for height. So Siddiqui looking for some swing, but goes too full, doesn't he? And so Lovepreet will get a free hit. People keeping an eye on the Netherlands versus Nepal game as well. All the Netherlands bowlers bowling pretty well. Or run a ball pace or less. All right. Free hit time for Lovepreet. Does hit it. Sets a bit of a task for the fielders. That's going to be 4. For signs of life. Siddiqui just missing the mark, and that gives the licence to Lovepreet to swing at the next one, and he gets the boundary. First boundary we've had since that first over where Arshad took 2 6s and a 4 off it. A bit of respect there. So just have a look at that required rate. Started at 8.4 and over. It's down to 8. Let's come back to 8, I should say. Pitches up, can't resist. It's just out of the grasp of the field, and they'll run away for 4 down the hill. That's almost an opportunity, wasn't it? Just eked over that fielder in the cover position. Lovepreet gets his second boundary of the over. Game swinging back to Punjab CC. Those couple of boundaries. I think he knows, okay, can respect the odd ball here. Wild throw at the stumps. It's a bit of a task for Mitchell, who's backing up. Does the job. Birdie saying jealous of the weather in Portugal. Well, I mean, not bragging. It is 27, very pleasant here at Miranda de Corvo right now. We spent a bit of time in the pool today. True. We discovered the outdoor pool. It was a little bit of a maze to get there, but we are having a bit of fun in the sun here in Portugal today, while the rest of the crew was slaving away in Cyprus. All right, well, can anyone reach this? They should. Can he hold it? He's going to take it. Wow, unbelievable. It's going to be a team catch. It bounced off Jatinder Kumar, and it ended up in the hands of Samarth Patel. You can't make this stuff up. It was one hand on the rebound. A little bit of teamwork makes the dream work, and just like that, Sadiqi's got a second. Can you believe what you're seeing here? As Simranjit Singh, he'll go for a duck as well, a 3-baller, and it's 29 for 4. Geez, I'd love to see that replay again. You just cannot predict what's going to happen in ECN cricket. You never know. And that was kind of crazy, wasn't it? End of the third over, 29 for 4. There's a bit of an art to being near a fielder, going for the ball, not putting him off, but being close enough that you might take a rebound. And Samarth Patel actually did that perfectly. The old rebound catch. I think you won't see that in the World Cup today. Anyway, this is lifted up, leg side, falls into space. 4 out now. Bikram has come in. He'll get to face now with that single from Lovepreet. Chris Ward telling me he's still officially lurking. Well, this would be some win if the Capitals could pull this off. Remember, the Capitals didn't take any points with them out of the group stage because they were the lucky third place qualifier, if you want to use the word lucky. In one sense, you'd say they're unlucky not to be second. It was only, I think, 2 runs that separated them from Lisbon Supergiants. Still heavily favoured, Punjab, but a couple of wickets could change that. Jatinder. Well, in the air, it's fielded there, and he takes it. Well, they've held their catches for the most part. Amir Dar to his left, never really hit that one, Lovepreet Singh, and that's 5 out, and we're only halfway through the fourth over, 31 for 5. Drama with a capital D here from Miranda de Corvo. Oh, boy. Couldn't have picked him out any better. Never went really for the power there, just tried to place it, and look, it is a short boundary. But he couldn't have picked Amir Dar out any better. 31 for 5. Oh, you got to love ECN cricket. It's a different beast, isn't it? And these batters coming out, they're going to be feeling the heat. Saqib Yunus, the keeper, coming out at number 7. And we're only in the fourth over. But yeah, create and take chances. That's what they've done so well so far, the Caps. Still just sorting out the field. I think they're okay. Just double checking that they didn't have 6 outfielders. Oh, and there's the shooter. Suddenly everything seems to be running the Capitals' way. And how about Jatinder Kumar? He's got 3 for 5 now. A couple of balls left in his spell. Misses out on this one as well. Couple keep low. Spring in the step. Momentum's an intangible, but certainly with the Capitals right now. Oh, Bikram has a word to Yunus. I wonder what he's saying to him. Good luck. Last ball of the fourth. Edge, genuine edge, flies away to the vortex. Well held down there. So Eunice will retain the strike. He's off the mark. And this game is very much alive. At the end of 4 overs, it's 32 for 5. Jatinder's going to walk away with 3 for 6 off his spell. Genuine edge there. Down to the deep third region. How enjoying this. Yeah, they were well ahead. They've suddenly taken a dip. And here's the thing. If they were to really collapse, what is it? I think 59 that Punjab CC need to avoid getting the donut. So really anything can happen here. That's why I like this. This pitch is it's a real evener. Siddiqui's going to come back straight away. Why not? Strike while the iron's hot. Took 2 for 10 in his first over. No Shazad in the lineup. No to jump Shazad for Capitals tonight. So that's one ball they don't have at their disposal. Okay, all set. Every over's a big one. I mean, that rate is pretty much right where it started. But they have lost 5 batters already. Here's Siddiqui. Oh, nicked and gone. There's the 6th wicket. Just trying to work it to the leg side. Eunice, it left him a little bit off the deck, and it's easily taken by Shahan Khan behind the stumps. Just trying to work this more than anything. You see, just flicks the outside edge, turns around and doesn't like what he sees. 6 back in the shed for Punjab CC Amadora. 32 for 6. And now Siddiqui joins the 3 for club. Wow, this is a real exciting game we're watching right now, ladies and gentlemen. Live on the European Cricket Network. End of a long day of ECN cricket. 7 matches in total. This is number 6. Just trying to work that away. That's the frustrating thing. He's not really trying to hit a boundary. He's just trying to work it away. Round the corner. Gurjit comes in now at number 8. Well, they're 4 good balls away from ending this match. Capitals. Got to love cricket. Never know what's around the corner. They're well ahead on the win predictor too now. A slightly different approach from Gurjit. He's happy just to get off the mark, get to the other end. Get out of the oven. The Capitals play their final match of the Super 5s tonight, so it's pretty much now or never for them. They need to work their way up into the top 3 and then hope to stay there. Big swing, but it's going to be called wide. Yeah, so right now you've got Capitals with 4 points, level with Punjab CC Amadora, who are playing their first game, but they carried 4 in. So a win for the Capitals would put them up into second. And then they'll have one more game against Oweras before the end of the night. And that's the end of their campaign. And it's up to them to kind of watch, see if they can hold their spot in the top 3. That's assuming they can get there in the first place. A couple of losses tonight. It's really all over Red Rover for them. Can they find a partnership to turn this around? Like I said, the rate isn't that onerous. But the 6 wickets are a heavy burden for Punjab CC Amadora. There's that one that takes off. Will be called a wide. Interesting replay, this one, actually. Steps away, so it looks quite wide. I wonder what it looked like from straight on. I was just looking from slightly off centre. Punjab CC Amadora, they only lost 1 game during their group campaign. That was actually their first game. They lost that to the Capitals. It was a 6-over game. DLS affected. This one chopped out, but won't beat the infield. Siddiqui's been brilliant here. I suppose one question, who else will they bowl? We've only seen 3 bowlers so far. I think we'll probably see somebody else. Amir Dar would be an option with the ball. Angled away. Shoots on the fielder, and it's going to run away for 4. They've been so good. He just couldn't predict the bounce. Just kind of rolled on him and ate him up. So Siddiqui disappears to the boundary. Nothing more than a fend, really, from Gurjit Singh. Yeah, Birdie saying some bowling and fielding display here. Birdie, you would love this pitch, I'm telling you. It's a bit of a minefield, but it's fun to watch. Oh, big hack. Thick inside edge. How far is that running? Well, knocked down. Thoughts are 2, but they don't want to risk it at this stage. End of the 5th over. They're pretty much right on the money with the rate, but 6 wickets have fallen in the first half of this response, and it's 41 for 6 after 5. Well, they say things happen in threes. We had a tie in the World Cup. We had a tie in Cyprus yesterday. You can see Capitals, they need to work their way into the top 3, and they need to do it tonight and then hope to stay there because they'll play their 3rd and 4th matches tonight. In fact, they're the first team to finish their campaign. Teams will play 4 matches, and then the top 3 will end up in finals night. Top team straight through to the final. 2nd and 3 will play a qualifier for the other spot. All right, Mitchell Patel's going to get a bowl. Starts with a pretty good one. Low full toss. Needs to be stopped. It is, kind of. They don't run very well, so it's only a single. You can see Amir Dar was a little bit nervous where that had bounced off his body, but no damage in the end. Capitals. Well, they're going to have to fetch this one. That's gone a long way. And it's going to go over the fence in the end, I think, as well. Maximo! Vikram strikes back. Just need a partnership, need a steadier, don't they? Could this be it? Cracking cricket match at the moment. Now in the air. Now someone's got to reach this, surely. Fielder's camped under it, and he takes the catch. Well, the fielding's been top class here in difficult conditions for the Capitals. So Bikram goes 6 and out, and that's 7 down now. 48 for 7. Dream result. You'd certainly trade 6 for a wicket at this stage. Siddiqui takes the ball at deep point. And Punjab CC Amadora in a world of trouble, 48 for 7. New batter comes to the crease, Muzammal Abbas. Hey, you're still 11 runs away from even taking a point out of this. Low full toss, hit hard. Well, he almost catches that. Tries to make it into a catch. It probably was the play. And once you let it bounce, you're pretty much at the mercy of the turf gods. And it probably wasn't a ball that deserved a wicket, but yeah, fine margins. 50 comes up for Punjab CC Amadora. Abbas off the mark with 4. Mitchell gets it slightly wrong. Hit uppishly. Amir Dar has it covered. What an interesting game. That's a kind of low-scoring thriller. I know we see a lot of games now where the score's up 130, 140, 150 or more, but I'm going to work hard for your runs here. It goes up and over into the gap. That's going to be 6. Maximo! Well, Gurjit is made of a stern constitution. He dances around the crease a little bit and then puts Mitchell up and out of the ground. End of the over, 59 for 7 after 6. You look at the actual rate, it's only about a run a ball, but again, they're 3 wickets away from finishing this off. Both teams have been pretty good with extras in this game. All right. right, so now we are going to go to the fifth bowler. It's Amir Dar to bowl. Abbas, what's his approach? Does he attack or does he just kind of protect his wicket? It's a funny one. There's no reward without risk. I mean, if you're just pushing for one, you still might get a ball with your name on it. Or do you kind of think that attack is the best form of defence? 4 overs to go in a thrilling encounter. This one's pitched up. Yeah, I'll take that at this stage. And it gets through him. Oh, well. You never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates, this outfield sometimes. And here with Mitchell, he doesn't really offer their hands at it. He kind of hopes he can block it with the legs. And it finds a little tiny gap between his legs. Abbas thought he's getting one. Got more than he bargained for. Now, thick edge in the air. Fielder's there. And takes the catch. Well, how funny is that? You'd probably trade the 3 runs for a wicket because it's 8 down now. Oh, boy. And you have a look here. Comes down. Yeah, he's got room to spare. So it's going to be 4 and out for Muzammil Abbas, and it's 63 for 8. Oh, wow. So is that a good result? I don't think it's a good result for Punjab CC. That 8th wicket really makes things look a bit ugly. They've caught really, really well in this innings. Eight down. Saeed Ali Naki is going to come to the crease. Still Adnan Ali yet to bat. Adnan Ali, by the way, has the top score of 42 on the network, so he's no bunny. All right, now is the time to be careful. They're going to have a reckless throw. This would have been out if he'd hit. And it doesn't give away an overthrow. It's good backing up, good team play. Huda does well on the other end of it. I think it probably is worth taking your chances as long as you got somebody backing up at this stage. The value of that 9th wicket, it'll certainly start playing on their heads if they're down to their last batter. Meyer is saying, lurking with 4 games of cricket on at once, but this is the most entertaining one. I don't doubt it. Oh, no, there's a beamer. It's well blocked by the keeper there, Shahan. That one goes very wrong. You might say, why doesn't he try and hit this? But he's worried for his own safety. That was straight at his helmet. Free hit now. Gurjit's kind of quote-unquote set batter here. 13 off 7. Free hit. And he will hit it. Just got to keep it inbounds. Can he do it? He does. Takes the catch, but it'll just be a long single. Good fielding out there. This is all about just making sure you don't let it get over you. Saves 5 runs. That was probably heading for 6. This could be such an important game as far as the standings and who stays and who goes at the end of Thursday. That's 6. He gets more of that. Saeed Ali Naki comes out number 10, puts one over the fence. Maximo! Well, both teams with the finish line in sight here. Punjab CC Amadora 12 runs away, and the Capitals are 2 wickets away. Bit of bottom hand coming in there. What I will say is that Capitals look like they will at least get a point out of this. So both teams will get minimum a point because they're going to take it to an 8th over regardless of what happens this ball. Can Dar fight back? Almost. 7 overs down, 72 for 8. Plenty of time to get these runs. So, yeah, what's your approach here? See, the theory would be don't take risks. But the thing is, you're never risk-free on this pitch because there just could be a ball that's going to castle you. It's up, it's down, zipping around. So even though kind of the cricket theory would say, you know, don't take any risks, take a dot if you need to, just don't get out. If you get in too much of a negative mindset, then suddenly you can kind of play yourself out of it. counterpoint, if you take a risk and get away with it, I mean, 2 hits and this game's over. Samath's going to bowl this one. Now, he bowled... He actually hasn't bowled yet in this innings. I think he has bowled. No, yes, he has bowled. Bowled the first one, none for 16. Got taken down a little bit. Well, in the air. Can someone catch this? Huge moment. Taken. 9 down. And Gurjit is going to have to fall on his sword for 14. He did want to take the game on, but there's the flip side of the coin. Long time to think about it. Takes it, disappears into the hands. And, well, is that it? Well, there's a lot of handshaking right now. Adnan Ali, I was expecting to see him bat, but he might have picked up an issue, and it looks like that's game over. So Adnan will not be available to bat. Big story here. I'm not quite sure what the issue is, but looks like they're going to pull off an amazing victory. And yeah, that's what I'm hearing right now. And yeah, Adnan wasn't available to bat. And so it's going to be 83-72. What a game that is. Incredible cricket. And credit to the Caps. They end up pulling off a remarkable defence. Your final score, Lisbon Capitals 83, Punjab CC Amadora 72. And that throws this Super Fives wide open. Remember, the Capitals took nothing through to this Super 5 stage, but now they have 2 wins out of their 3 games. They'll take on the Swans a little bit later on. We're about 50 minutes away from a start there. By entertainment in the first degree. And so, just a quick check. We'll see that no one really got going. There's continued to make chances and take chances, didn't they? 16 for Arshad that he got in the first over. Turned out to be the top score. Gurjit with 14. Lovepreet with 10 in there. And as far as the bowling, some really good performance in there. 3 for 6 for Jatinder Kumar. 3 for 19 for Siddiqui. Wickets also to Samath Patel, as well as Mitul Patel and Amir Dar. As we'll wind this one down. We'll be back in about 50 minutes with this second game. The Swans taking on Lisbon Capitals. Stay tuned. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you after this break with more ECS at Night from Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good evening and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we're getting ready for the second leg of Day 3 here in the Super Fives in the ECSN Portugal. It's Vinny Sounder here with you as we get ready for this match. It's match 6 in the Super Fives and the Swans topping the table right now. They can have a challenge on their hands though. Lisbon Capitals waiting for them. Capitals playing their fourth and final match of this phase of the tournament. A little bit earlier we had the coin toss. Let's see what happened.
Head is the ball. And head it is. We're gonna bat first. Lisbon won the toss and they will have a bat first.
Capitals winning the toss then and electing to have a hit. Maybe to do with the conditions. I know it's something that some of the players have been talking about. They do like to bat first when the sun is out and the field is at its brightest. Looking at these two teams, Green Shields leads Awaris. He'll also have the gloves. Once again, Asan Naseem comes in for his first match of the tournament. But Taj Muhammad, he's a real tearaway pacer. You got Junaid in there. Said Maisim also kind of on loan to the Swans for this tournament. Looking pretty strong in there. Azim Sawa, he's listed down at 10. I've got a feeling about a lot higher than that. He's been in some pretty good form recently at the top of the order. Capitals, though, had an unlikely victory, really, 83-72 over Punjab CC Amadora. And they have burst into the mix, haven't they? Started in 5th place in the Super Fives, not carrying any points through. They had to start off scratch, and now they've played themselves into a position where they could potentially qualify for the finals night. Remember, the top 3 go through. The top of the table automatically through to the final 2 versus 3 will have the opportunity to play off for the other spot. So I think it's going to be a pretty interesting match indeed. Hello to all of our viewers, of course, on the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Whereas heavy favourites here, 79% to 21. I suppose you can understand that. Whereas actually have 38 out of a possible 40 points in this tournament so far. So that's some pretty good going. These are some of the upcoming events, which, well, some are ongoing, like the Cyprus ECS right now, and of course this night series. But Czechia will be there in around about 2 weeks' time. The beautiful Vinoš Cricket Ground just north of Prague. Scott Page Field will be the scene of not only the ECS, but also men's and women's ECIs. And just before the ECS starts, the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 14th, 15th, 16th of June, we'll have the CE Cup, which this year is the 3-way women's T20 International Series. This is what's coming up tomorrow in Cyprus as well. Geez, long, hot, and plenty of Maximos there. BF Cyprus to kick off the day against Everest. So I know a lot of the Napoli viewers are a bit distracted at the moment, in a bit of a tussle with the Dutch in the World Cup. Fighters are on the rack as well. Sri Lankan Lions, they've been in sparkling form all year, haven't they, in ECS cricket? How about Akila Kalugala today? Whacking 146 not out in 228, and in fact it was one of the top 10 top scores of all time on ECN. It's funny, that 222 from the first ever ECS, and sooner or later it'll probably drop out of the table of the top 10. And that's quite incredible. We thought maybe it'll never get beaten. And here we are talking about the fact it might drop off. I think 10th at the moment is 221, which is Talon Stallions against Crosby in the ECL this year. Anyway, almost ready to get going. And it looks like Asad Mahmood is going to bowl over number 1, as he has been doing quite a few times. Keeper up to the stumps. Green Shields, I mentioned he's a bit of a part-timer. He's also a pretty good commentator. Had him in as a guest first innings of the night. He's got his hands full out there in the middle. Capitals to open up. And we're away. It's Amir Dar opening the batting with Danish Siddiqui. That is the combination I would have imagined. Well, a little bit short and launched away. Maximo! Great shot first up. It's a pretty tricky pitch. We talked about that a lot. But the other thing in your favour as a batter is that these are very short boundary square of the wicket. It just has to be because it's a former football field. Pitched up this time. Taj is going to have a pop at the stumps, and in the end it's a well-judged single. Siddiqui will get his opportunity now. Hit straight, just out of the reach of Imran Khan there. That's going to be 4. They'll take it. Bright start this for the Capitals. Both innings we've seen tonight, kind of the same pattern as far as strong beginnings, but then things going off the rails. Could come back from the bowler. Good take by Greenshields. I was watching to see if there's any movement of the feet. We saw him pinch a couple of stumpings the other night, but into the first over, 11 without loss. Maybe we'll call that over a draw, maybe slightly to the Capitals. It's well taken, riding the bounce well. Hello to Trip, great to have your company. I met a few people, including myself, got the eye on the World Cup match as well. Netherlands versus Nepal in that one. Netherlands seeming like they've got it under control, but you just never know. It looks like a tricky pitch to get going on over there. Junaid Khan to bowl over number 2. He's got a very good record bowling in the power play, Junaid. Expected score 100 here for the Caps. Goes the uppercut, and with a short boundary, that's probably flying away. In fact, I think that's gone all the way. I'll wait for the signal here. I've got a feeling it was 6. Let's see. Do we see where this bounces? It is... Yeah, that's got to be 6, I think. Maximo. Just judged the length perfectly, didn't he? Goes over the top. Genuine edge this time. Flies away. Down to deep third. Capitals will certainly be buoyed by that win earlier on. I was staring down the barrel. I think at one point they were kind of 5% or something like that. As the Punjab CC Amadora side got off to a flying start. 16 runs before he could even blink. Chasing 84 for victory. Things took a turn as this ball flies through. In the end, Punjab CC Amadora rock and rolled for 72. Right now, temperature just cooling down a bit. A little bit of cloud covers helping out as well. 24 degrees. It's around about 75 for those of you watching from the USA, like you, Trip. Edged and dropped. And it almost hits the helmet. Oh, well, not easy because it took a big deflection. You can have a look at, he's a long way back here, gets big on him. Just actually went too far there, Greenshields. And down it goes. Junaid will not be happy with that. That was a genuine opportunity. I do say this all the time, keeping probably looks a lot easier than it actually is. Oh, this next one bounces, and one runs, one doesn't. Greenshields thinks of throwing, remembers that his shoulder's hanging on by a thread. Just remember that missed opportunity. Still, Junaid's only gone for 8 in the over. 6 of those came off the first ball. Played away, but Danish not interested in the run. Despite the fumble from Said Meisom, who's into the lineup. End of the over, and the score's 19 without loss. We did see a catch go down there. This is how the Group A standings finish, with Lisbon Capitals in the third position, but only just, because that's why they started with no points at all. And they actually made up the ground, I think, to be fair to them. We'll see the Super 5 standings in a few moments. And they've actually worked their way up to second place, but this is their last match of this phase. Taj Mohammed, the quickest to the bowler as well. Maybe half a chance there, but Imran had a lot of ground to meet the ball in the first place. Really feel like this race for the top three could be alive for a couple more nights. Goes short, just gets over the fielder, Naseem at square leg, and that's going to be 4. Cracking pull shot there from Dart. Taj bangs this in, doesn't actually get a lot of assistance from the pitch this time. Short boundary. That was always racing away. Yeah, Taj, probably, I think it'd be more effective if he pitched it up a bit. It will still get the ball to fly. He's not a guy that's easy to take back over his head. Mid on, mid off, up in the circle. Does go Fuller and tests Greenshields down the leg side. That's going to go all the way. It's Minimo. Taj does go Fuller but loses his line. The thing with Taj, look, he's quick. But I feel like maybe he's just trying to bowl a bit too quick here. Loses that one. Sets a task for Conrad Greenshields down the leg side and wasn't able to make the stop. So 5 bonus runs to the Caps. Well, this time it's going to be gone. He tries to hook one. It was short. It was very high, actually, in Dar. Somehow reaches it. Check this one, the replay. Takes off. Probably hooks it from shoulder height. Well, Conrad has this one pop out of the hands, but then second time around is able to pouch it safely. And we have a wicket here. Amir Dar makes another start, but he can't go on with it. Out for 18, 29 for 1. So Taj Mohammed does get the reward in the end. That's probably the one for the over. He did hook it from around about, I think, head high. But yeah, you're taking a gamble when you're playing those horizontal bat strokes, because this pitch, it might bounce a bit more, a bit less than you think. That's just the nature of it. Oh, there's the shooter. Wow. Well, I'd love to see this one again. That's Rahul. Can thank the man upstairs, because this one could have easily ripped his poles out. Let's have a look. He thinks it's short. He gets ready to play it, and wow, shin high if that. And this is what kind of plays on your mind. Oh, that's going to be a no ball, I think. Yeah, had to. Well, let's have a look from side on. But the wicket definitely was above the shoulder. So there was definitely a bouncer that took the wicket of Dar. So if this is over the shoulder, it's a no ball. Probably can't tell from this angle, but from side on, yeah, I mean, it looks, from me, yeah, have a look. About top of the fence, roughly. Yeah, it's definitely a no ball. So free hit and a chance for Huda. He's pretty fiery opening to this one. Oh, slow ball, pretty clever, but well picked and well sent. In fact, it's going to be 4 runs in the end, but Huda, it's very, very clever bowling, but even better batting from Huda, who kind of readjusts his shots. One of those slow balls was like too slow. Actually gave the batter enough time to readjust. Well, this isn't going to be slow. It's going to be fast. It's going to beat your poles. So you better be ready. Well, he was ready. Drives. Not handled cleanly. End of a pretty exciting over from Taj Muhammad. And at the end of the 3-over power play, the Capitals are 35-1 after winning the toss. And batting here in match number 6. Hello to Chris Smith. Good to have you with us. Hello to Steve McVeigh as well. Oh, pretty exciting stuff at the moment. Over in the World Cup as well. Change bowler now. Arslan Naseem's come into the lineup. And starts with a dot. I thought this is Syed Meissen. Didn't look like Naseem. Syed Meissen's a guy we know pretty well. And down the leg side this time. Oh, that could be gone. Yeah, it doesn't get up, and he's going to have to go. And Siddiqui can't believe his luck. I mean, Huda, we probably know exactly how he feels. He got a shooter as well. It's, yeah, no real doubt about that. Maybe we can have a look at that one more time from front on. Wouldn't mind a look. Give our viewers another chance to have a look at it. But, yeah, just kept low and really... Group Patel had no hesitation to send Danish on his way. 36 for 2 now, the Capitals. And Shahan Khan is going to come out in the number 4 position. Yeah, Mr. Fuzz asking, is Taj Muhammad the fastest bowler in European cricket? Well, he'd have to be right up there, I'd say. He's also, obviously, I was in the Netherlands a couple of weeks ago. You got the likes of, the Van Beeks and that kind of player. But I suppose in ECS cricket, they don't come too much quicker than Taj Muhammad. Shahan faces up. Gets a full delivery first up. And he jams down the ground. There's Imran Khan doing the fielding. Meissen. Typically we see him in Marlow colours. Slides this one into the pads. I'll get through for a leg by it. Meissen very tight over this one. Just a 1 off the bat and 2 leg byes in it. Steps across looking to go down the ground. Misses out. Great over from Syed Meissen. At the end of 4 overs, it's 38 for 2. Yeah, a few people talking about the crowd. Yeah, as I expected, the Nepalis have come out in force there at that World Cup. 90% Nepal supporters to 10% Dutch. Keeping an eye on that game as we speak. And look who's batting. Scotty Edwards and Max O'Dowd, the opening combination from the first ever ECL winning side. VOC Rotterdam back in 2019. Junaid Khan coming back to bowl his second over in over number 5. Cut away, but straight to the fielder. Not an easy run. Max O'Dowd, he was the first ever MVP of an ECN tournament when he was the most valuable player of the European Cricket League in 2019. This one gets big on him. He'll get away with it. Has that big kind of back and across movement. I actually quite like it as a tactic. If you get one that rolls, you're going to be in big trouble. But he's in a position to play an attacking shot. And that one hits him right up on the splice of the bat. I wonder if we'll see someone like a Sawa with the ball before too long. I just think he could be a useful one. Interesting they go back to Junaid before they try the spin of Azim Sawa. Edge just out of the grasp of Greenshields. That's going to be 4. Great effort from the skipper. But it was miles up and to his right. We mentioned his shoulders hanging by a thread. That probably won't help. Great effort, though. He really throws everything at that. And it was just too spicy even for the fielder down there. Into the vortex. Gurjeet dives to his left but can't prevent the boundary. Great shot. Wow. That's an uppercut onto the roof. Maximo. Huda, who, to be honest, he's had one ball that was unplayable. But that was shot of the day. He's cut Junaid up onto the roof of the grandstand. 50s up for the Capitals. What a night they're having. Ups and downs. Junaid Khan. 2 to come. Want to see the back of Rahul Huda. It won't here. It's going to swing. Geez, Greenshields does really well to get a glove on that. That was always swinging away from him. Conrad's not there for a rest, put it that way. Look at this one swing. Keeps going. And great footwork by Greenshields to get down the leg side and at least block that. Saves 3 runs. Leg side. And he'll get through for another leg by. Well, it's an interesting one. I have to check this one out again. But Shahan. Yeah. That's what I saw. Slid into the pad. And yeah, I mean, looks like he's been given his marching orders there. So Junaid will break through. LBW. Just pausing there to have a closer look at that one, but Shahan maybe cops the rough end of the stick there. New batter comes out, Samath Patel. Oh, this one's French cart, and that's fielded by the ankle of Assad Mahmood, but good enough. It takes to the end of the over, so Junaid does get his wicket in the end. 53 for 3 after 5. Just kind of jammed him for room. This is how the Super 5's looking now. So Lisbon Capitals are in second spot, but this is their last chance to pick up points. Now, even if, look, they want to win this, obviously, but if not, if they can at least get a point, 8 points, will that be enough? Maybe. Obviously, a win here puts them in great position. Almost guarantees them a spot, I think, in the top 3. It's pretty remarkable seeing they were at a 2-point disadvantage to Fighters and LSG and at a 4-point disadvantage to Punjab CC, Amadora and Oeras. Absar Alam will be the new bowler here, bowling for the first time in the 6th over. Driven safely, awkward one, but well handled in the end. Still no Sawa with the ball. Does the fielding on this occasion. Hello to Rob Thompson, watching from New Zealand. Hello to Kev as well. This one gets away from Alam. He'll have to bowl that one again. And do believe that that has been resolved. So any moment we should be good to go. Maybe just a slight connection issue. We're pretty remote here. It looks like that's been resolved now. So, well done to all the crew. We have managed to re-establish that connection, and we are going to go to some spin. Hasim Sawa, an over number 7. A little bit surprised that he didn't bowl a little bit earlier. But it's good. Good to see him bowling. He's a real wheeler and dealer. This one eked out for a single. Leg side. Probably be called a wide. It will. Sawa. Take it on leg side. Long chase. Right, good chase out there from Taj. Keeps it to 1. Oh, nail biter in the World Cup right now as well. Just ties him up there, doesn't he? So, won't give you too much for nothing, that's for sure. Yeah, that's good bounce. Maybe a slight stumping opportunity. Sawa only given away 3 in the over so far. Steps across. Really clever batting. Made his own line there. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! Really good hitting by Huda. Makes a real bold move. So if you're gonna do this, you don't want to do it by halves. Gets well across and opens up that fine leg region. End of the over. 71 for 3 after 7-9. Coming off the over of Azim Sawa. Into the 19th over in that World Cup game. Netherlands certainly have the eyes of the European cricket world on them tonight as well. A lot of people multi-screening. Okay, we go back to Amsa Alam. Digs it in and Sami Patel misses out. Listed for 98. It's always been kind of hovering around the 100, that expected score here. Backs away. Can't get this one either. So just following him there a little bit. The Super Fives. I remember when we were here for the day series, it ended up completely locked. I think all teams 13 points except for Fighters. They didn't have a single point. Could we have a similar one this time around? What's the wide here? It's been an interesting replay. Maybe from straight down the line. Given the one for the over as well. Batter doesn't get the call. Just wobbling a little bit, isn't he? And Patel maybe needs to take a leaf out of Huda's book, maybe get across, open up that fine leg region. Bowled him. And once again stays leg side of the ball. But this time comes up with nothing but fresh air. Drew him forward. And it clatters into the stump. So Alarm breaks through. What an over this has been. It's been dot, 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 wicket. So just what the doctor ordered. And a bit of World Cup news. Looks like the Netherlands have gotten up in that big match against Nepal first up. Oh, Gundy ball here from Alarm. Have to bowl that one again. It's bowled well, though, for the most part. Yeah, John Gray says, hey, Phil G, hope you've rediscovered your daily routine after 3 weeks in Portugal. Yeah, that's my question for you, Phil. Have you settled back in? What's it like being home after your 3-week adventure here in Portugal? Oh, I thought it might have been a bit of bat onto the shoulder there. I won't get a run. And it will be just the wide off the over and a wicket. So 1 for 1 for Absar Alarm, and after 8 at 72 for 4. Caps a little bit like earlier. They had a strongish start. But then since then, just falling away in the second half of the innings. And it's not going to be much easier. Well, Taj, I think here I'd be fooling at the stumps. Hood has already shown he can hit square of the wicket, and they're the short boundaries, but Taj does like to shoot to kill, doesn't he? You know, he does go full, but it's too full. It's going to be a wide down leg side. I like the thinking, but I think the thing with his full ball, it tends to tail in a bit, so he's got to start the full one a bit to the left. Doesn't get his natural outswing when he bowls full up, Taj. This one cramps him. Assad with another foot of God down there. He's had the ball thundering towards him a couple of times. Assad, not much of him. He's made 2 good stops in that region. Taj just needs to get it on target, doesn't he? Dhaval Kumar, the batter, yet to score. Oh, he gives it both barrels, doesn't he, Dhaval? He's got the right approach. I mean, if he nicks that, it's probably going for 6. He just had something in his eye there, Taj. He's an exciting talent, though, isn't he? Ten balls to go in the innings. How high can the Caps get? Think about running. This is the thing, though. If you're backing away to Taj, I guess it's a natural instinct. But, I mean, that's a wide if you can get across. You're just giving him an extra zone to bowl into. Phil says, the day after getting back, he settled back into the Prague life, finds himself commentating as he walks around the apartment. I was wondering how your better half finds that. Look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. Even less. Week and a half I'll be in Prague for the start of our matches there, starting with the T20 IWs. I think you got to run on anything here. I think it's probably worth it. Conrad is probably worse than 50-50 chance of hitting the stumps, based on what we've seen from him so far. Or get across. But it takes a lot of nerve to get in behind Taj when he's bowling like this on a pitch like this. Again, see that's miles down the side. Does well to get batted. That'll fly away for 4. Well, great shot by Kumar. It was hit or be hit, really. And he does turn it around the corner for a boundary. Useful runs. I mean, at the moment, it's looking like it could be something like what they did defend against Punjab CC Amadora earlier in the night. Swing and a miss to finish. Takes us to the end of the 9th over, 78 for 4. Taj will finish 1 for 22. Scary thing is, if Taj gets it right, it could be a handful, put it that way. Plenty of options to come back and bowl this 10th over. Myson is available. I think that's what they're going to do. He took 1 for 1 in his earlier over. 78 plus whatever they can manage here. Huda kind of trying to get the water out of the boat with the teacup. In the air. Now Sis catchable to his left. Imran takes a very, very difficult one. Just off the end of the fingers in the end. That was a tough one. At least they stopped the boundary. I was a bit worried he might have a collision. I think the Sawa realised that Imran was going for the catch. In the end, it's probably not the worst result for the Swans. Well, it gives him a short one, and it is smashed away. Big uppercut for 6 by Huda. Rolls the dice with the short ball. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That time it was the latter. Huda 34 of 21. Can he maybe lift them up to the 3 figures? A couple more like that might be on. This one just keeps on rising though. Beautifully worked away by Huda. It's been a brilliant effort from the right-hander. Again, just gets the hands out in front here. Pushes away to that short boundary 4 more. Mysom's got to get fuller here. Got to read the room. Got to be forward at the stumps. Even with this pitch. Off that kind of middle length, giving a bit of variation. But now's the time probably to be a bit more conservative. Slower ball, tries the cutter, gets smashed. Maximo, 94 now for the Capitals with the ball to go. Mysom's gone the journey here in the last. Mysom, only 1 of his first over, but 16 off this over. Huda, we can bring up the 100 with a 6. He can bring up his 50 with a 6. That's what he'll be trying to do to get to the last ball of this first innings. Very entertaining game. Lights are turned on in anticipation of the second innings. Here's the last ball of the first innings. He won't get it. Go for the run out. They try it, and then maybe he can go the long way again. It's classic ECN. They'll get 2 buys. So 96 decided to kind of risk one to save one. Did the bowler there, Mysom. And the Capitals scrambling for everything they can. And look at this, 96 for 4. It's the kind of pitch you can defend double digits. Now, Oeris, they've been in good form, but they will have to bat second. They'll have to bat under lights. And the Capitals have been in good defending form, haven't they, so far today? Huda keeps his team in the game with a fighting 44 off 25 balls. 4 4s, 4 6s in that knock. Amir Dar was bright early with 18 before he was well caught. Had the second attempt by Conrad Greenshields behind the stumps off the bowling of Taj Muhammad. No one else able to score more than 6 in that innings. Extras maybe a little bit higher for Oeris. Okay, 4-leg buys inflates it slightly. The 2 buys off the last ball as well. Bowling-wise, I think it was a pretty consistent effort from the 6 bowlers used. No one really being taken to the cleaners. Wickets for Junaid, Taj Muhammad, Said Mysom and Absar Alam. For me, Absar, well, he is the best of the bowlers for me with 1 for 8 off his 2 overs. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. It will be 97 for Oeris to keep their undefeated streak alive and to really lock up that top spot, I think, and automatic qualification for the final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break. Back soon in Portugal for more European Cricket Series at night.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, welcome back. And, it must be running a little bit early. But, it's going to be time for the second innings. A little bit of fielding practice in the break. Got to say, great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. 96 scored in the first innings of this one. We're at 97 to win. Coming up in Cyprus tomorrow, match day 5 there. 5 matches starting with Everest in the morning against BFC. Here tomorrow, Fighters will be back with 2 matches against LSG and Punjab CC Amadora. Looks like it'll be Samath Patel to open up. Swans hoping to remain unbeaten. A lot of buzz around this. Can the Caps pull off another epic defence? First one is worked away for a single. Nazim Sawa out there with Imran Khan. Has been the preferred opening combination of late for the Swans. We've taken 38 out of a possible 40 points so far in the series. In the air. Is it going to get over the fielder? It does just. And it's going to run away for 4. Just gets enough. Imran off the mark. Forces the field change. Long on goes back now. There's the shooter. And Imran maybe a bit lucky to survive that one. Samath starts to pull his hair out. I was wondering how that missed. Well, that one gets up and in, but he's ready to throw the hands through it, and that's over the top. Maximo seis carreras. That's a very good shot by Imran Khan. He's a good player, he's an experienced player. This next one gets through. End of the first over. The score is 11 without loss. Yeah, probably a bit of a draw first over, kind of mirroring what happened in the first innings. Hit leg side. This will get through for 4. Sawa with his first boundary now. Worked away for a single this time. Up in the air and taken out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So Imran's going to have to go, and the Caps have their first wicket as 10 for the opener, but he'll have to go. This will bring Conrad Greenshields, the captain, to the crease. And Phil G saying, a bit tough for the Capitals to contain batters of this firepower. That's true, but we saw them neutralise threats before. First one gets through. Conrad, we talked about him earlier, saying that's a tricky pitch. He knows that. Greenshields, experienced campaigner. He gets out and he meets this one. He's going to get it through the field. It'll be 4. Well, he talked about this earlier when he was in the commentary box with me as a bit of a tactic. Says, I like to kind of get down and try and meet it before it can do too much. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. That time it does. And there was a tricky bit of fielding. It couldn't be completed. 20 already wiped off this target. Now is able to clip away. That's going to go the journey, or is it? Wow. This is one we're going to have a look at. They had a good view of it out there. I thought he'd given up on it, but they seem to think it's clean. Let's see if we can have a look at the replay. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's... Well, if I need to have a look at that one more time, I think. See how slow we can get this replay. Because... looks like he's all right, but yeah, I haven't had an official on that yet. Maybe one more time. No, we'll have to stick with what they say on the field. They say it's 1 run, so it's a good save in the end. Whereas in Group B, 10 points ahead of the competition, took 4 points through to this, and with a win here, can't see him getting caught in top position. They could be straight through to the final. What a great stop that was. And honestly, I thought he'd given up on it. Tanis Siddiqui now grabs the ball to bowl. And the first one is launched up over the ground. Well, Greenshield's got one. instead of 6, but now he does get 6. Maximo! Really good shot there. I think with that stop last ball, last over, it's right in front of the officials, so they're obviously happy with it. Did look like he released it. Only question was, had he stepped over the line previously to that? Maybe an added complication. I think they get it right in the end. Up again, and 6 more in the slot, and Conrad cashes in Maximo, back to back. Greenshields on a heater. Just setting himself on the front foot. His tactic is, look, I'm gonna try and meet it. I'm gonna try and make more balls drivable. And look, if one does me for bounce, one does me for bounce. It gets a little bit funky with this, trying to run it off the face. Might have just hit his own pad there, creating a bit of a noise. No real consideration given by the umpire, Buck Stoneman. They've got a lot of 4-pointers in this series, whereas just 2 games they've had to settle for the 3. This will be a bit of a task to do it this time. Still, I think win's a win here. Just angles this away. In fact, it's going to get through the field in the end. They'll come back for 2. Good running there, pouncing on that slight misfield. Yeah, whereas with a win here, even a normal win, they'll go to 15 points. Now, Punjab CC Amadora, they potentially could still catch them, but they'd have to kind of have 3 4-pointers. Hit through the offside. This is going to be 4 more. So once again, steals the strike, then does something with it. Really nicely played off the back foot by the skipper. Other thing is, Awaris, they still have another game in hand. Don't forget that. And we'll see them on the park on Thursday night, match 9 in the Super 5s against Punjab CC Amadora. Right, in the air. Now, he probably can reach this, but can he catch it all the way back? It's going to be 4. Bounces just inside. Well, that would have been amazing. And the thing is, if Amir had caught it, what would he have done next? Because he was going to run out of room. Yeah. In the end, making the most of the fact that the mid-off was up in the circle. Greenshields to 27, and it's 43 for 1 after 3. $18 off the last over. I drifted them up towards the 100. Caps hitting the second innings with a bit of momentum, but that's power play. Despite the loss of Imran Khan, it's heavily tilted towards Awaras. You see, that's what they need for the bonus point there. 54 off 24. Steps across, but that LBW appeals turned down. By signalled as Jatinder Kumar comes back into the attack over number 4. Beautiful balmy evening now. Artificial light starting to take over. Sunset tonight. Obviously it goes back a little bit every night. In about 6 minutes here in Miranda de Corvo. And just watches this onto the face of the bat. Deflects it away for 1. Curious to see how much Awaris attack this 4-pointer. I got a feeling that win's a win here. Still another game. Yeah, you're not trying to get it, but not worth blowing the match over it. So you kind of play the ball on its merits. Field's gone back now as we're into the 4th over. Green Shields on a bit of a heater. And he wants to walk and he's pushed back. Just deflected away for a single. Sawa hasn't really gotten out of second gear yet. He kind of extends himself on this one. Well blocked in the infield. Sawa, though, we have seen him kind of biding his time early, and then he can just go to another gear. Pretty good over this from Jatinder. One off every ball of this over, leg by to start, then 4 singles. Last ball of Jatinder's spell, and it's a thick edge but flying into a gap, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. So luck's a fortune for Green Shields, and moves into the 30s at the end of 4. The 50 has come up as well for the Swans there, 52 for 1. So now we can kind of settle. Now the World Cup's finished. I know a few people probably blowing in. What did you think, Netherlands, Nepal? I know it's going to be heartbreak for half our audience. I know that we got a lot of Nepali viewers. Dutch viewers will be very happy with that. Nepal just looked like, to me, they dropped a few catches at some crucial times. It's a pitch that our batters found it hard to kind of string boundaries together. A lot of small ball over there. Mittal Patel to bowl over number 5. There's the shooter. Sawa steps away when he didn't have to. He just kind of held his position. Yeah, that'll do. This time he does kind of stay a bit stiller, and he absolutely pounds that one out of the ground. Maximo for Big Azim. 39 off 16 now for that bonus point. They get it back down below 15 and over. Maybe slightly slower that time. Pick up, throw. It'll make sure it gets blocked. Back over to Conrad. He hits very well. That's out of here as well. Maximo! The way things are going at the moment, they might just still scoop the points. Brilliant shot off the front foot. He's so strong in that area. Outstanding hitting from the captain. Now gets the pull wrong, up in the air. Can they hold it? They do. And there you go, spiked into the ground as Conrad will go for a cameo. 39 will be his final score. And potential turning point in this one. We know the Caps, they were very good, cutting a swathe through the middle order earlier tonight, and that was Punjab CC Amadora at the crease. But right now, whereas they do lose their captain, lose a bit of momentum, I'm sure, with it. It's 65 for 2. Good knock, though, from Conrad. Just, I think at the last moment he decides he is going to go through with a shot. Anyway, Gurjit Singh comes out to bat. Certainly a long batting lineup. Whereas, no sense of panic just yet. 32 off 13 for that bonus point. Caps would just love to finish with an upset win here. Get this one to go past the bat. They've only got 32 to play with, that's the thing. It's pretty much run a ball. 32 off 30 required for the win. That is at the end of 5 overs. Whereas 65 for 2. Well, Chip was ready to start the car, but I wouldn't be pulling it around just yet, especially with what the Capitals did earlier in match 5. Like I said, will they go after this? 32 off 12 required. There are the Super 5 standings, and you can see Capitals will play their way into second place. If they could pull off a win here, they'd probably end up in, well, they'd end up with 10 points. That's not going to work. It's a little bit short, and that is an absolute monster hit from Sawa. Well, that is Maximo time personified. Samath goes a little bit short, and that was probably the biggest hit we've seen all day. New balls, please. 26 off 11 for that bonus point now. That does look like the thing that might be a bit closer than the actual game. That's a good comeback. Good comeback from Samath. Sawa can play through the offside, but I think he just gets so excited with the ability to hit the ball over the grandstand. Sometimes he goes looking that way. .26 off 10 for that bonus point. Still a bit of natural light in the air. Light slowly taking over. It goes on the straight pull, but that's amazing contact from Sawa. Maximo! Well, with hitting like this, they might be taking all 4 again as they move up to walking stick 77. Going to persist round the wicket. Backs away. Guides it to point. Comes through for the single. 19 off 8 now for all 4. I know we've said this many times, but the bonus point has been such a great addition to ECN cricket this year. I think a game like this normally just kind of peters out, but there's certainly something very tangible on the line here. Like a hacked pull out to long on for a single. So 18 off 7. Well, I think now you shouldn't be falling over, so you might as well go it. Sawa in the driver's seat. Last ball for Sami Patel. That's a good one. They're also well negotiated. I think Sawa's been pretty good at keeping the good one out. At least be able to knock it for a single. That's exactly what he does there. End of the 6th. And the score is 80 for 2. So 17 required off this over if they're going to take all the points. Good Yorker. Really good Yorker. Sawa's shown he's not afraid to kind of back away and chop at those kind of balls. All right, Sawa is going to get this one away from the fielder. So 13 off 5 now. And the thing is, the Caps, if they can keep a point here, that could be the difference between them qualifying and not qualifying, which we just don't know. Every point's important. Caps need to survive this over. To push it to an 8. They can at least walk away with a point out of this. 13 off 5 for Weras to steal it. Don't take the run here. Good comeback from Mittal. Especially with the Capitals starting with a kind of a points deficit. Every point is crucial for the Lisbon Capitals. And he misses. So, looking good. 13 off 3 now. Means you probably do take a run here because 13 off 2 is not going to work. That's if it's a single that's on. Sawa wants to send it down to the ground. And that's exactly what he does. A little bit short. Over the grandstand. Maximo. Oh, we got a BP thriller here, folks. Trip saying, well, maybe start the car just to get the air conditioning functional. Yeah, well, the car has been started now. That one was G-O-R-N-E, gone, to use a Phil G-ism. 7 off 2. Again, got to take a run here if it's there. You can't have a dot. Can't have a dot, and you got to back your partner to hit a 6 then. All right, 7 off 2 required to steal the point off the Caps. Yeah, I reckon that should do it as long as this is legal. As long as this is legal, the Capitals will walk away with the point. That'll feel like a win. Wider and O ball brings this game back to life. They will get a single here. So Sawa will retain the strike. Hey, credit to the Lisbon Capitals. They were under the pump there, but Mitchell delivered a pretty good over. Okay, yes, he went for 11, but he defended the 17 required so that Lisbon Capitals will achieve a point in this contest, 91 for 2 after 7. But now I think we go start the car, warm it up, bring Jeffrey around. Jeffrey's the Tortuga. We need another name. What's my chauffeur's name? Maybe Morris. Bring Morris around. Anyway, having achieved that, they've got something. But I think that this is an over that may not ever see the 6 deliveries. You'd imagine so anyway. Oh, well, there's one. So far, so good. You hear that from the bench. Wait for it. Don't be too early here. Yes, lack of pace doing it. This is clever. Sunil Patel, the captain, saying, oh, well, I'll roll my arm over, see what I can do here. And that'll do it. Third time lucky, and it's all over. Whereas we'll win 2.5 overs to spare. Not quite good enough to get the 4 points, but it's certainly a resounding victory nonetheless. Final score, whereas 97 of 7.3. Defeating the Lisbon Capitals 96. And whereas they do look pretty immovable at the top of the table. Although, look, Punjab CC Amador had 3 matches left, including one against Oeiras. So, look, this is ECN cricket. Anything can happen. Things can change quickly, but certainly Oeiras, they get the win. Maybe not the 4-pointer they would have liked. I think all things considered, they'll take the win. Can't always take all the points, I suppose. And Capitals, credit to them. They had to work pretty hard for that point in the end, and they were able to do it. For Oeiras, though, they'll have the night off tomorrow. We'll see them again on Thursday against Punjab CC. In fact, 46 to Azam Sawa. As we suggested, he kind of bided his time early, but then ends up top scoring. Really hit some massive bombs. 46 off 23. Was able to clear the ropes 5 times in that innings. Conor Greenshield's a pretty important 39 of 14. He was the one that first really got them going and maybe got them to a point where they felt like they might have been able to take all 4 points. Bowling-wise, well, it was tough going, wasn't it? Jatinder can hold his head high, 1 for 18 off his 2 overs. Mitchell also picked up a wicket there. I want to say big thanks to everyone in the chat. Rob's saying he won't be in tomorrow, but you can tune in again the next day. I'll still be here, of course, still 3 nights of action to go, 2 more in the Super 5s, and then finals night on Friday. If you haven't already, make sure that you click the like button and hit subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Thanks to Steve McVeigh and thanks to Trip as well. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out the standings right there. Cyprus, don't forget that starts tomorrow, 5 a.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in